Good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing today? All right, sounds good. Good morning, Trader G. If you want, I have Manzini's numbers here. If we want to kind of go over those real quick before the start, I got them marked out today. So this is going to be the first set of Adam's numbers this morning. So I got them up here, 13 to 08. So if this area holds, we might push back down. We can kind of make this a support area. Then if we can find support between us 11 and 13, up here is going to be our next area of support. I almost just want to make it one big area. What is that? Okay, so that one's 22 to 18, then 29 to 34. $29 to $34. So these will be ours. Oh, my can't. Yeah, I guess I didn't reset it. God dang it. It's frozen. That's my dryer. I got to go get parts for today. All right. So these are going to be the levels that we're looking for on the ES this morning. If you want to mark those out, these are Manzini's numbers. So got these from the newsletter. If you just want to. All right. So let me get the pivots for. So I guess apparently we had like a huge move Friday evening. We moved up like 300 points. Wow, look at this. Look at this huge gap we got on the 1 hour here. Mm. Mm. All right. We still got 8 minutes. We do have some news in this morning. Give me a minute. We'll look that up. I'm trying to just get these levels marked out for us. This way we don't have to constantly go back and look at them. So these are kind of be our 1 hour levels that we can kind of work with today. So as you can see, we have some nice little zone areas marked out. You know, this is a possibility if we pull back, say 50 points, maybe we can look for a long out of this area. Or, you know, if this zone up here can hold, we can maybe look for a short. So we're just going to try to take our moves off of these zones and off of the inversion gaps this morning. All right, so let's check the news out. All right, baby. See you at the while. So we have S&P Global U.S. Manufacturing PMI numbers in 19 minutes. 30 minutes, we got manufacturing PMI. So looks like we might have a little bit of market movers. I'm not sure the size of the market movers. You know, it could just be one of those where we might move 50 to 100 points. I think I'm going to play it safe today because so we did go ahead and activate our monthly funded account. So we may trade a little aggressive on that one, you know, throughout the month, but not to the aggressive to the point where we blow it up. But I don't know if I'm going to look for any trades in the first 30 minutes unless we're just happen to be bouncing off a zone area, then maybe. But I just don't want to get wrecked or get caught in a news play this morning. Look at this nice little reaction off of this 13 area that we got on the ES this morning. Look at Adam's numbers. They're on money today. So Don't know if you've had time to mark these out or if you want to mark them out. If anybody just needs them, just ask real quick. I got them pre-marked out. I'll leave it up here for a minute. This way it gives y'all time to mark out Adam's numbers if you like to. Like I said once before, we're going to be copy trading today. Hopefully, I also want to make sure that we don't have no Ripnik issues today. So I'm going to be kind of listening to these other lobbies to make sure I don't hear no complaint on Ripnik. I'm pretty sure most of us will know pretty quickly because, you know, if you're listening to like Methodical Man or Nutty's lobby, there's plenty of people in there using Ripnik. You should know pretty quick if we're having issues today. I feel like that cost me quite a bit of money last Friday because I was too nervous to, I guess, copy trade my accounts. So I took my funded off and we ended up having a really awesome day of trading, just trading pretty much 2 micros all day. So we're halfway done with another eval. So these are the accounts we're kind of working with today. So as you can see, we have 3 funded accounts, 1 eval that I'm halfway there at 650. This is the eval that we blew 2 weeks ago on that news play that we were just kind of messing around. So that's how that got blown. And this is our 250K. And we haven't taken a trade on it since we've been up that 466. But see, this account and this account, we really don't have to be in a hurry because those are lifetime fees. And we did work our way back up to almost break even on our funded account. Remember, I said we were down like $200 something on this account. We got it back down to $950. I mean, just $50 being down. So pretty good. All right. So we are open. So far, that 13 looks pretty good. I'm just going to leave up Adam's numbers because I'm not sure if I'm going to be taking any trades this morning because of the news that we have coming out. Oh. So far, Adam's numbers are looking good. So the reason why I put these zones in like this, so this way I know not to trade in between these zones. I want to see us break out of these areas. Good morning, Baldwin. If you're just getting here, I left up Adam's numbers. They're usually pretty good support levels. If you want to slap those on your ES chart real quick today, usually most of the time I use a lot of times I trade off of these levels here just because they're usually pretty good, pretty point on. Not saying 100%, but they're usually there. As you can see, this first level held up. So basically, if 509 does not hold, I'm thinking we're not going to get much going on for the first 15 to 30 minutes just because we have, I want to say, three-star news this morning. So just be careful if you do get in a trade. You don't want to get caught in one of those news plays. I mean, I'm not sure what kind of reaction we'll get off those, but, you know, there's nothing worse than getting trapped in those. I think we also have to be careful this week because we have farm payroll this week too. And we have so much news, and you know how it is that Monday before news, man. It's just one of those days you could easily just get chopped up. If it starts looking too choppy, we may go back to what we were doing on Friday. We just knock it down to 2 micros and play off the 2-minute. We got a nice little 2-minute inversion gap here. The only thing I don't like about this one is our first internal swing sitting at the 90. Mm-hmm. Let's mark out this. Let's see what the 1 minute. See if the 1 minute alpha is a better entry. About the same. All right, I'm going to switch over to no. I was leaving this up if you guys wanted to get Adam's levels for today. I was waiting for some of the news plays, so I was just giving you guys time to mark these levels out if you would like to. These are Adam's major support and resistant levels this morning off of his newsletter. That's all this is. I knew I wasn't going to be taking a trade probably for the first 15, 20 minutes because we got multiple 3-star news this morning. And I didn't want to get caught in a trade. So I think it's just best for me to wait for us to get through the news plays. I was about to take him down. Then I know Baldwin likes the ES, I think, sometimes. So I just left it up if he wanted to copy those. Alrighty. In these levels, I have marked here on my minute chart. This is our 1 hour levels, kind of. Every time we've had a internal swing on the 1 hour, this is what these levels are. So we have 3-star news at 9:45 and at 10 o'clock today. Right now, this seems like a Friday lunchtime movement. I mean, we just have no volume this morning. Like, we're just dead. So when do we got like a 20-point move? We do have a nice little bull flag possible breakout there. So I was just drawing it out. I don't plan on taking it, but just thought I'd just put it on there for anybody that's interested. For anybody that likes the breakouts. To me, I just don't like the volume this morning. I'm not saying it won't go, but it's like we just don't have the volume today. It's just what I would like to see this morning is for either us to find support at this level here, maybe go up, test it, pull back, test it a second time, then look for a short, or do the opposite on the long, because we do have another internal level right here on the 1 hour chart. So if we can get above this, find support, bounce off, then look for a long there. And see, also that 13 is still holding over there on the ES. I mean, let's take a look at this. I mean, look at the support we're finding over here in these levels. I mean, they're on the money so far. So just following these levels here should keep you out of a trade. Like it should tell you, okay, we do not need to go long until we get out of this area here. And you always want to be careful on these levels. You want to make sure we go through them, then pull back and find support at them. Because a lot of times I got faked out by one of these levels last Friday where I was playing the 11 level and we broke the 11 level, but we pushed back up to it. And that's when we found the bottom Friday and started, going to the moon. All right, we got our first set of news coming out in 30 minutes. If any of you guys are on the news plays today. So we did break out of that bull flag, so I'm not saying it's going to hold. All right, so we didn't get very much. If it's going to be a late reaction. So far, to me, it looks like the ES wants to move down. If we can get below the 306 VWAP, I mean, is So if you had Adam's numbers marked out, you probably more than likely known that we kind of hit that resistance in that 11 to 13. So this is also the top of the 15-minute opening gap. So if we move back down, this would have been a failed trade this morning. Trader, have you taken any trades this morning, or are you still just being patient to wait for us to get through our news? Just waiting. Yeah, I'm going to do the same. I just figure now with not a lot of volume, I just figure if I jump in, I'm going to get stuck in a trade. And I know we have more star news coming out at 3. Even though this 3-star news didn't really have a lot to offer. Ugh. So far, we're getting a nice little pullback. Let's see if we get left with a little gap here. Nice little sell off. Maybe if we push below this level, look into maybe a short here. Wow, that thing's just going. Wow. Maybe that was the VWAP touch. Kind of waiting to see if the VWAP's going to hold up at the 72. Good morning, Nick. Ooh. Man, it's like I would love to get long off the VWAP bounce here. But yeah, no trades for me either. I'm trying to hold off till 10 o'clock, but you know, the FOMO's setting in almost. I really wanted to jump in on that short, but I just felt like I'd jump in too late. So I try not to do that anymore. This VWAP bounce would have been pretty nice. Uh, mm, I don't know, unless the ES just wants that 96 range. It's ES is still looking like it wants to sell. Uh, it was so hard not to jump into this short here, but we got 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes. We're just gonna wait 5 more minutes. So our next level down is going to be the 96 area for the ES, and it looks like it really wants to. Really looks like it wants it. If this wasn't a news, if it wasn't so close to news, I'd probably go in and jump in for the short here. But I don't want to get stuck in a trade, you know, waiting to get my at least 5 points. So I'm just going to stay out of it. Oh, there goes the ES. It's heading to the 96. Uh, Kudos to anybody that was able to pull the trigger on that. That was a nice little 40-point sell off there. We hit our levels right on the money. We had these levels marked off the 1 hour chart. That's what this bounce is. We also bounced off that 96. That was our next ES support. So it hit right on the money again. So if you had Adam's numbers marked out, you can easily see. We tested it. Yeah, it was really hard for me to pull the trigger this morning. Also, Baldwin's just because all the news play scares me. I'm scared as soon as I jump in, we're going to lose all of our volume and I'll be stuck in a trade. And I don't know. I just don't want to take a chance. I feel like we have plenty of good trades to offer between 10 and 12. That's what I'm waiting on. So, but so far, the levels that we have marked out are paying pretty good. what we're trying to do is find that really one good trade to copy trade. That's going to be our first trade. Then after that, where did you take your funded account trade? That sounds kind of like the kind of luck I have. I'll mess up a funded account, but do good on eval. All right, guys. So we have about 1 minute left before the 10 o'clock news. And after that, we're definitely going to get serious about looking for a trade after that. Was looking for the drop, but I couldn't wait the 15 minutes. Are you talking about like FOMO? You were like FOMO to jump in type deal? Trust me, I almost wanted to jump in on this short, but trust me, I'm over here fighting back to don't hit the button. Don't hit the button. So I put my levels in here. This way I know not to take a long into this level and not to take a short below this level. So okay, so there comes our news. So it looks like we're just retracing the. So we bounced right off of that 1113 on the ES. I mean, right on the money. So that area may be holding today. Ooh, look at that big old wick. Maybe a trade below the VWAP. We'll see what happens. Especially when we get below the VWAP and finish selling on down to the 40s and 50s. That's kind of what I'd like to see. And I'll use this as my stop loss.
Order submitted. Order filled. Target filled.
Okay, see, as soon as I switched over, this shit went all funky on me. Look at that. What the fuck? Okay.
Stop filled. Order submitted. Order filled.
Apex is still broken. God dang it. Come on. It won't even let me exit a trade now.
Order submitted. Order canceled.
So be careful you're taking Apex trade. This shit is still jacked up.
Order submitted.
I'm just trying to get out of it if it'll sell my contract. I don't even know if it will. What the crap? Okay, I'm stuck. I can't get out. Look, it got me where I bought in way up here. I'm 20 points in the hole. Oh my fucking God. Okay. All right. So luckily we only lost well, luckily it didn't take a trade on our funded account. So we should have been up at least. That should have been a winning trade, guys. This piece of crap, I swear. Let me take off my my copy trading, because we're just not going to do that on copy trade while it's still messing up. That sucks. It took at least a winning trade from us. That should have been a winning trade below the VWAP there. Dude, you see that? What it did? It put me 20 points in the hole from a buy. I don't know. It's doing that same crap it did last week. So now we're down $14 where we should at least been up $60. Because I sold 5 contracts at the 5 like I usually do and with the runner. Oh, my goodness. So now I feel like this is going to be a wasted day to trade my funded account, and I'm on the monthly. That's what irritates me. Ugh. It may take me a couple trades on the sim account just to make sure everything's going to work. You know what? I'm not going to do that. Hopefully if I go minus, they'll just fix it. I got to see us get above the VWAP first, because we're about to hit the VWAP on the ES. Good morning, Kid Nash. Kid Nash. Be careful if you're trading Apex this morning, especially if you're trading a funded account or live funds. It just cost me my trade. Well, how bad are you on your So this is where I would look for another pushback down. But all right. If we can get a candle to print below the VWAP, I may try to take it back down to the 60s. But any trade we enter with caution. My goodness. I like to see the ES go back down and touch that 96 again. Eh. I was hoping for a print, but that didn't happen. So looks like we're going to miss that one. Kind of saw that we were going to be pushing down, but I was waiting for a candle to maybe print up here, then take the next candle down. But as you can see, we already started pushing down. And so we'll probably see a bounce right here off that between 92 and 96. That's next major support on the ES. Do you are you using like full contracts when you're trading those? Oh, over leverage. Yeah. So these are the levels that we're playing on the ES. I mean, we bounced off of that 96. I mean, So far, have you been trading levels this morning? They've been pretty much spot on. I'm going to try to start getting these levels marked out. This way it's easier not to get caught up in bad trades. Excuse me. So we're approaching that VWAP on the S&P there, our ES. Kid Nash, you taking any trades today? So we're finding, if we can find support at that 305, maybe for a push back up on the ES, we just got to hold. I kind of hate when we're, we got two different things as far as our charts go. Like the ES is below the VWAP and the NASDAQ is above it. Got a nice little one inversion here to the downside. See if the 1 minute offers something better here. So we're still kind of looking for our next setup. The first setup just kind of apex kind of went haywire and messed up on us. I think I heard Methodical Man say it's back to working right again. So right now we're kind of just bouncing off the VWAP on the ES there. Below this 2-minute gap, I may consider a short here. And this way, maybe we can get a pushback down on the below this gap, we're below the VWAP. The S&P's below the VWAP. So, and if we push back down, we'll at least push back down to test those 96 to 92 range. And this right here, this is also the hour support, these levels here. So that's why we've been bouncing out of these areas. It may be, anybody that trades normal on Mondays know Mondays can be kind of tough sometimes. This seems like a normal Monday. We're preparing for a lot of news this week, and the entries are definitely pretty tough. No hurry, guys. We're just looking for one good trade this morning. I mean, the ES is above the VWAP, so that's good. We just need to see the 305s hold on the ES, then maybe look for a long. So what it is, we're having issues getting above the VWAP on the ES. That's kind of where we're getting stuck at. We're just kind of pacing back and forth between like 300 and 304. It's a little gap, but we ain't gonna mess with that thing. My play is I'm looking for either a short below this area here, or if we look into a long, it's going to be up here. So this is kind of what's happening on the ES. This is why we're getting such choppy action. The ES cannot get moving. It's like we're just stuck. We need to find some support above the 305 for longs, or if we're going to continue moving down, this will be our zone to move back down to go short. I'm not sure if I'm still trading on my eval. I just don't know if I need to put it on a sim account. I'm assuming Apex is working okay now, but not positive. My short is below here, and maybe a possible long above the 20s here. The ES is trying to find some. We keep making higher lows, so I mean, wait, methodical man, don't be jumping in long right now. So if we can get below this, I'd like to see us maybe pull all the way back down to the 40s to this range here. Which, I mean, this level has been holding strong. I mean, look how many times we've traded through this level, even though this was kind of a lot of volatility first thing this morning. But ever since we lost all that volatility, it's been holding up. So this is a 2-minute fair value gap. So far we have also been kind of holding in this area too. Oh, excuse me. All right, so if we can print below this gap, I may look into a trade. It'd be kind of below the VWAP. We still can push down to the 96s on the ES. I'm not going to jump in too early if it doesn't offer the entry. We may switch over to the 2 minutes because it looks like the 1 minute's not going to print. Switch back over to the 2 minutes. Bounced off the 23% Fibonacci area. All right. So we're finally are pushing below that gap. I just don't know how risky of a high risk trade this is going to be, just because We still got 30 seconds before we can possibly enter. I like the fact that the VWAP is holding up. But as anybody knows, all trades are a little risky. I hate what's going to happen as we sit here and wait on a trade. Then when we finally get it, it's just going to be one big old candle. And it's not going to allow us to have an entry. All right, here we go. We're on the one. Ah, I told you. Oh my god, dude. I was like so like, why couldn't it just hold? Son of a bee. We got too close to our zone area, man, off of that 60 range. But good job getting short, man. I wanted to, I was hoping we would get a print around the 70, and that way we could have jumped in. I knew that was going to happen. I was like, watch it just boner candle down, and I can't even jump in. I don't know if we can bounce out of this hour range because this is a support on the 1 hour and also on the ES. So let me put it back on the 2 minute. Let's see. Look at there. We missed our short. There was our short entry right there. Eh. Trading on the 5 and 15. So that was a nice little bounce out of that zone. So it looks like we're bouncing off a pivot at the on the 1 hour chart. So we are pushing back down to that 95. That's kind of where we're retesting at. And we also have a pivot at the 59 on the 1 hour chart. Yeah, if I look for a trade, I might just wait till we get out of this zone to make sure this zone's going to fail. So we did finally get below that pivot on the 1 hour. So maybe that's a So we are testing this area right here again. So we've tested it quite a bit. So now it's finally maybe this is when we're going to sell through. As you can see, we've tested it a good bit this morning. If it wasn't such a big gap, I would just put my stop loss at the top of this gap here and look for a push down through, but it's a pretty big gap. It's probably going to be a quick move. Yeah. So we are kind of getting below that 92. That was the next major support for the ES this morning. Yeah, this is kind of where I wouldn't mind looking for a short to continue down. I'm waiting on this next candle to print, see what happens. We may take a low risk trade, not put a lot on it, and see.
Order submitted. Order filled. Target filled.
We're going to put our stop loss above this here and just follow it down if we can. So once this candle prints, we'll move our stop loss down. I don't know. We may even go to break even. We'll see. We already sold the initial 5. So we're already up almost 10. So oh, nice. Nice. There she goes. Keep on going. I like to at least get a $100 trade if possible. I need a good printing candle right here and just sell on to the our next level down at the 570s. That's what I'd like to see, but I think we're going to get some reaction at that 600. We usually do at the whole numbers. Even if it stops us out, I just wanted to make sure I took profit. That's all. since we got screwed out of that last trade. This should be our second winning trade, but as you saw earlier, Apex messed up on us. So pretty good so far. We're up 20 handles, even though we may not get that whole 20. We're going to take as much as it'll give us. So far, pretty nice, up 25 handles. We may not get the whole amount. Looks like we may get, what, 10 plus 8 more. So about 18, 19 out of this, unless it continues lower. I want to say that 85 is the next support on the ES. I don't have it marked. I would have to go back and look at Adam's numbers. $5.59. All right. So we could easily sell down to $5.59. I have the gap marked out down here, and we're just going to see if we can hold as long as possible, guys. I like to see another printed candle. That way I can move down. That's what I'd like to see before it comes back and stop us out. We may not get that. We got to have that pullback. No, come on. We'll stretch it out. So up. All right. So we just ended up at $81, mostly micros. Let's see. We did copy trade that. So let's see if it. Dude, my thing is not copy trading. What the crap, man? What's going on? For some reason, my copy trader is not working. So here comes probably that 559 opening week gap. Oh, I forgot to select the instrument. That's what's going on. God dang it. Oh, I'm sitting there like, why isn't it copy trading? Okay. We messed up another. We didn't. That's what happened. So if you're using Apex Copy Trader, I forgot to select the instrument that we're trading. God dang it. Shoot. So this gap here that we took our trade off of, this is also an area that we had marked out pre-market. So what this is the 1 hour support level. And as soon as we broke that 1 hour, we kind of had a feeling that we were going to keep going down. That was a nice little trade this morning, Trader G, for 60 points, man. That was from that 87 that you were holding. That's nice. Not brave enough for more. Yeah, it'd have been kind of tough. Well, I would have felt comfortable as soon as we got through that 39 area where we had been bouncing off right here. This was the short I was looking for here, just because I know we've been bouncing out of this area like multiple times. And then we had a 2-minute fair value gap here that I was possibly going to look for a long, back up to this area here. I wish I would have followed my 2-minute. So if anybody's in here, I have been using this 2-minute as my stop loss, but I was more aggressive there. So look at these 2-minute candles. As soon as we get going in a good direction, look there. If you had jumped in on this candle, put your stop loss up here. Then as soon as this next candle prints, move your stop loss here. Then wait for this candle to print. Then same all the way down. Look, you would have never got, once you got in the positive, you would have never been in the green following your 2-minute candle on a trending direction. So this is something I've been trying new. I did get aggressive here just because I missed out on my first trade this morning and because of Apex messing up, and I just didn't want that to happen again. So as you can see, I followed this down because it did stop us out. But if I didn't do that, we still would be in this trade right now. We would be down to what is that? 590, 600. So we'll be at 40 points right now. So, well, actually your next one would be right here. Your stop loss would have been right here, and you'd have been waiting for this candle to print to move it down farther. And you just keep doing that until it comes back and stop you out. And this way you get your points, and plus it also keeps you from, missing out on that big trade if you got your original entry. You think we get down to the 572 bounce zone? Okay, so Adam, I guess Methodical Man saying that Adam called out the 72 also. So sweet. I didn't have any of my levels marked out below the 90. And see, I was also looking at the move off of the ES, off of Adam's numbers. So not only did we break that 1 hour, we also got below that 92 on Adam's zones. I'm going to start trying to make sure I put these on here in the morning. This way it helps everybody out as far as the Adam's zones go. I mean, you can literally take your trades off of these zones on the NASDAQ. I mean, that's kind of what I've been doing. Just using both of them. Just mark out your 1 hour zones, then come over and mark out Manzini's zones. And so far, they've been paying pretty good. I want to say, let me switch over. Either this one or this one. I can't remember. One of this is a huge fair value gap on the 1 hour chart. I don't know if it's this area. Okay, so that's this area here. This is the next bounce for the 1 hour right here. As you can see, we bounced out of this zone multiple times. And as you see, we're kind of bouncing it again. But, there's possibility that we can fill in this gap here. I don't know if it'll happen today. The next trade that I would look for is for us to pull back down to the 500s and find support here, then bounce back up. I guess it could be the Asian Open. I mean, it's at 12 o'clock. Yeah, so this would have been the Asian Open right here at the 50. Yeah, so I guess that would be the Asian since that's where it opened. So I guess we'll wait for tomorrow before we take some copy trades on our funded account. I feel like we missed both trades this morning. The first time Apex messed up, and the second time I forgot to select the which word we were trading. I didn't even. This is only my couple times of using this. Whatchamacallit, copy trader. Missed on out on a nice $81 day. But so far, we're up over almost halfway to getting this funded. We're at 716. So we've been trying to make at least $100 a day. If you were here with us last Friday, we could not do no wrong. Every trade we enter was pretty much a winner. And I took a lot of trades. I think we took about 10 to 11 trades. I did lose one on the last one, and that's when we finally put it away. We just kept our $300 day just trading pretty much 2 micros all day. Did anybody catch the short this day? On this last short, I know Tom said he caught 60. I think I heard Methodical Man was in there too. Um, I want to say we have some more 3-star news tomorrow too. Let's see here. This is tomorrow morning. Okay, we have job openings tomorrow. $10. So if I was gonna look for a longer short as we move into that closer to that 70, I know Adam did call out 72, but we have a pivot at the 270s or 71, somewhere in this range, that we can look for support here, maybe a bounce and a retest. So I guess what we can do is make sure my copy trader's off. And if we take any more trades, let me turn this copy trader off because I don't want to do that. We will move it down to 2 micros and just see what we can just get out of it. This way we're not risking a lot. I'd like to see if we can maybe find the bottom down here once the ES gets towards the 72. It's almost like I feel like we want to push all the way down to the 500s. So what I may do is if I do join in this, yeah, that's kind of what I may try to look for the push down to the 50s and 40s. Yeah, we still got about 4 points. I figured we can at least get 10 to 15 points off of 4 points on the NASDAQ. I'm going to take a short at this next candle and just put my stop here at the top of this 2 minute. That'd be like a $20 risk. And this is a high risk trade, so just so you know, we don't have very much on this trade. Just kind of giving it a minute, make sure we get some red.
Order filled.
It may come back and stop us out. We just got two micros on.
Stop filled.
All right. So we did kind of get a little bounce out of this area here. Mm-hmm. I think Nutty's been talking about Apex all morning.
Order filled.
Let's see if we can get some of this going down. Might be a little risky. We'll see. We're not risking, what's that, $10, $20. Might have to have a little bit deeper pullback. I was hoping this 85 area would hold, 83 would hold on the ES. We're taking a little bit more riskier trades just because we're using micros. All right, so we're probably going to get stopped out on this one.
Stop filled.
Oh. All right, so we're just going to wait to get a better level set up. We're just kind of almost at a point of gambling there, trying to find the top or the pullback. Man, I gotta go find some air. It's hot in here. Looks like I just jumped in a tad bit early.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Maybe we. Maybe this is finally that sell off we're looking for back down to the 72s. I guess now it finally wants to go.
Stop filled. Order filled. Target filled.
We can get through that. All right, kind of about to get another candle print.
Stop filled.
Not sure if this is going to be our kind of got a gap center at the 30s. So the 85 is holding up. So, I mean, that's kind of like our next little support area. Is anybody taking any more trades so far today? I think Nutty's still talking about Apex. Goodness. So far, we have London coming up in a few minutes. So usually we'll get some kind of reaction off of that. The 85 is still holding up on the ES. I would think we would finally start pulling back. Very true, Trader G. Very true. So we're just kind of waiting to see what happens. I mean, I still feel like the ES wants to pull back to that 72 range and test again. We tested it once. And it's also been testing the 85. So either we move above the 85 to keep moving higher back up to that 92 range that we have marked off above. Looks a little roundy, maybe. Kind of pushing above that 85 finally. So at least we're moving back above that 85. So that was kind of. See where the hour chart is. The hour is moving up, so maybe the hour pushes back up to the pivot, maybe. So we push back below that 85 again. So I mean, it's I mean, I feel like we want to move down. Is what it feels like to me, but um, we got a pivot at the 604s on the 1 hour chart. No, I don't really know if we're going to pop up here, or if we're going to sell back down to that 72. I mean, it looks like a bull flag to me. So, I mean, that doesn't really mean anything. Do we get the drop, guys?
Order.
We bounced right off of that damn.
Order
Look at that
fulfilled.
shit. That thing bounced right. That thing bounced right off that 80. Well, I guess we pretty much bounced off of that one area there. Oh, goodness. Not sure if it's going to give us any more entries for the day. All right. So be careful if you're going short. We've been kind of testing this range right here, this 81, 82, quite a few times. It's like we've been kind of getting a little bit on the fake out. Trying to long off the 600s. Did you already take that long, trader? I'm sorry, my little chat thing was off to the side there. Yeah, this is definitely a tough range. So we're just kind of bouncing in that range of like 80 to 86 or so. And you got to think it is also 11:30, so this is about the time we do slow down a little bit to kind of get through the lunch hour. $300, $370. Yeah, I don't blame you. I'd probably just stay out of it too. I feel like most of our good moves are from earlier this morning, from the 700s down to 60s. I think it's because the ES is having a tough time to get through in that 85. Yeah, that wouldn't be too bad of an entry if it cleared the 40. Hmm. Be nice if we can push on, if we are going to go short, push on down, back down to the 60s. Then have the ES test the 72 again. So we may look for like a small trade on our one funded account that we tried to take trades earlier. This is the third funded account that we started today. Right now, we're in a pretty tight range. You got to think we're probably in what, a 5-point range right now, from the 83s, 84s back down to the 78s.
Order filled.
Let's see if we can get a pushback down to the 90s. We're only using 2 micros, so we're not going to risk a lot. Let's see what the ES is doing real quick. So this is either going to be one winner or one loser on this account. So either we'll take a loser or a winner and we'll put it away. Right now, it looks like we're going to push back up and test that 83 again. Yeah, this thing's going to stop us out. Damn it. We were kind of gambling on the short there with 2 micros. So
Stop
all right.
filled.
All right, so we will put that account away. This is a one and done type deal. So Either we make 50 bucks or we lose 50 bucks. So I guess we're going to spend the rest of the day probably trading on our sim accounts. So if you are joining us just now, we have been just taking some low risk trades, and unfortunately both of our low risk trades have failed so far this morning. Then our first trade got messed up. I guess something happened with Apex. Then the second trade was a winner. And this last trade we just took was a loser for $66. Is everyone else having a pretty good trading day so far today? Hopefully nobody's accounts got messed up during whatever was going on with Ripnick earlier. So it looks like we moved back up there to test that 84, 85 range. So we really have only been bouncing in a 5-point range in the ES. Just watch out for that bounce if you are jumping into this trade. That's where I was trying to take that short too while ago, was down to the 90, and we missed it again. Oh my goodness. It's nothing worse when you're one move early, and I didn't have much of a stop loss in that thing. So we have been bouncing off this pretty hard at the 90. I guess if you're looking for shorts, I'd definitely wait for you got below the 90, because it's been bouncing in this area since 11 o'clock for the last hour. Ugh. This is- So it looks like we have a pivot at the 605s on the 1 hour. I forgot all about that pivot. So let's see. It looks like the 1 hour is sitting on top of that 604 pivot. Wow, that was a nice little bounce off that pivot. Now, this right here looks like a typical Monday, guys. I'll be right back. I'm going to go grab a coffee drink since we're just going to be kind of probably consolidating for a little bit. Find my thing. All right, guys, I'll be back in about 5 minutes. All right, guys, it looks like I didn't miss too much. Looks like we're just still, well, we did finally get below that 90. So, I mean, that's a plus. Where's the ES? Let me see where the ES is kind of sitting. Yeah, so the ES is still kind of holding up at that 78 range. It'll probably go really quick. Don't even give you much of a time for an entry. It'll just sell off quick. Mm. I think it's because we got so many numbers coming out this week. It's going to definitely be some choppy times where we're just going to get chopped up. Maybe that's the 70 incoming and the opening gap for this week, which I want to say it's in this area here in the 50s. Mm. They're not making any of these moves easy. If it goes, it's probably going to be like a waterfall. I got Manzini's numbers right here off to the side. Let's see. So if 72 fails, we're more likely are going to on the ES. If 72 fails, we'll go to the 64s. So two. Well, I'll take that back. We're in the twos. Here we go. So if 72 can hold, that'll be almost like your bottom there because we should get reaction off of that. We didn't quite get there. I mean, we got close. What do you think about 75, 74 range? Yeah, if I was going to be taking trades today, it would just be evals because I did take one funded trade while ago and we lost $66. So it's just pretty much going to be a red day for me as far as that funded goes. Eval, I don't really count because evals, I don't know. You can almost, a lot of people are gambling with their evals pretty much. They're either going YOLO with them or I know quite a few of you guys are probably trading those 250Ks. I'm not sure how many of you guys have 250K evals. I know some of you guys have passed the 250 funded. But the evals, if you're trading evals, you got till I want to say June 15th to get those to the funded level. So there's the sell off. So if 72 fails, we'll probably go to the 64s. All right, we'll draw out our next support. The 64 is the range that we need to hold for us to move back up to the 72s. Yeah, I know what you mean. Well, I think they extended it till the 4th, if I'm not mistaken, on the 90. Oh, you're talking about the June 15th one where you got till June 15th to get it funded? Yeah, I wish they didn't put a date on that one. I hate because I think that's what makes those accounts tough to trade, man, is when they put a date on it. It's like it just puts pressure on you to make a certain amount of money every day or look for that one big trade. Look at that nice 64 touch right there. I mean, it touched it on the money, and it should, by Adam's numbers, we should go back up and retest the 72. Sometimes I almost want to start putting buy or sell orders on Adam's major support numbers and just wait to see what kind of reaction we get off of those things. Because 3 and 4 points on the ES at one contract, man, that's pretty good there. Let's see. So for the bulls case, you would involve the ES going deeper between the 64 to 72. Then for retracing, perhaps back up to 305. And so it could be a chop all the way back up to the 305s. And that's if we can reclaim the 72 on the ES. Oh. All right, we're testing at 64 again. So let's see what the possibilities are if 64 cannot hold up. After this, I will be short perhaps at the 54.61 for a move down from level to level. Nah, see the 64, it held up again. And this big area of green right here, this is a 1 hour fair value gap from, is that overnight or from Sunday morning open? I think it was from Sunday morning. Yeah, okay. So this was actually the close from Friday where we had a huge move back up. That's a long ways to go. It's going pretty good. We're going to finish probably red on our funded account. I tried to get one little quick trade on our funded account and got down $66. The copy trader, I didn't have it set up right this morning whenever we were trying to copy trade. And so I had to take a separate trade and it didn't work out. That's okay. That's why we were only trading on micros. This way we don't have to worry about trying to blow our account in, one go there, Kid Nash. So right now we're just kind of watching price action. We're probably not going to be looking for any more trades today. I have to run to the next couple towns over and get some parts for our dryer. Was it the fuse element or one of the fuses in the dryer had one out. So we got to replace that because our dryer's been kind of broken the last couple days. But it seems like Mondays is always a tough day. Like this, I mean, even though we have had good moves this morning, I don't know what it is about Mondays. It seems like the last 3 Mondays we have struggled a little bit. Yeah, I don't blame you, Trader G. I'm not going to take any more trades. Our goal tomorrow is to try to get our funded account back to, break even or the 25K mark. We don't need methodical man's advice. He should have been over here telling me, don't take that trade. No, I just jumped in too early, is what it is. I had the right direction. I just got in early. We only lost $66. Oh, it's not bad. We only had 2 micros on, so we knew it was a little bit of a gamble. Tomorrow we'll just make sure we have our copy trader set up right. Today I forgot to select the right instrument. I forgot to put it on the micros whenever we were trading it, so it wouldn't copy trade. So that's kind of what happened this morning. So today hopefully tomorrow we'll get back to that, make sure that's correct. So if I had that set up correctly this morning, we should have been up $100, and I should have been able to take that off and not take any more trades on that, but it didn't happen that way. Nice. You did. What'd you do? Put the whole boys on the table, Kid Nash? Damn. Well, if you made 3K, you should have, now you just get the funded account. You should wait for them to send you an email tonight. I think it's still 1 day pass. So just look for an email tomorrow morning saying, congratulations, you have passed the funded. Now, are you over 3,000 or are you just at 3,000? Like you over 3,000 and some change, maybe? Like 50 cents, $1, $2, whatever. Are you, which prop, is this a Apex account, Kid Nash? Or Bulanox? Apex, you do not have to tell them. Bulanox, you do. Uh, okay, nice. Oh yeah. So is this with Apex? No. Which prop firm is that with? Is that Apex, Kid Nash? Okay. All right. I'll show you real quick. Let's see. So what they have to do is they have to wait for a Ripnik, like our trader, to update, and it usually updates at midnight. So then let me find it. All right. So once you get the email, you can either do it through the email or you can come over here and go through the Apex website. And what you want to do is go over here and select signature. It'll be on your main page here, and it'll show you all your accounts that you pass. It'll show you what date you passed them. And then you just hit the signature date. And you can either choose to pay it now for the funded part, or you can, like I've been waiting all the way up to almost the renewal to do it, just because I don't want to get too many funded accounts. Either I want to pass these funded accounts or fill them. So, and then after you complete your signature, as long as you do this before your renewal date. So like today, I did this one, the one I bought back on the 18th. Oh, no, that's the date I passed it. I just now paid the funded part today, and I had till June 6th to get that done. So I waited 3 days before it was due. So, and both of these will have the links for you. Just go to your Apex dashboard, look for signature, go over here complete the signature part. So basically you got to either put in, I think, your like tax ID number, because, you know, in case you get a payout, you have to pay taxes on it. But they usually don't send the email until after midnight is when they do it. That's when it updates, after midnight tonight. But let's say if you're using Bulinox, Bulinox, just an example, let's say if you pass a Bulinox, they do not do it automatically. You have to submit it to saying, hey, I passed this account, and wait for approval, and they'll usually get back within a day or two. So is that a eval or funded account? I guess I must have maybe misunderstood you. If that's an eval, you go to funded account, and then that's when you can start taking money out once you get to 3,000. Now, if that's a funded account, Kid Nash, you can take money out. But if that's just the eval, no, you can't. Well, you know, the eval is kind of like those cheap accounts that you have to buy, the ones you pay like $13, $14 for. Like you have to do it in 2 levels. So you start out with the eval, and once you pass your eval, you go to your funded account. So your next level after your eval is your funded. That's where you can actually take money out. So eval is kind of like a, I don't know, a cheap practice account. If you're using like the 90% off, that usually costs, you know, $15, $16, $17. I mean, it's pretty much the same setup as most all the others. Good morning, Lafta. Okay. So here's my funded accounts that we have right now with APEC. We got a 250K, and we've only been trading on a few days. Yes. That's where you can continue making as much money as you want to make. So like today, this is this 08 one. This is the one I lost $66 on. And I'm also basically down $55 on my funded account. So we're down $60 on both of our funded accounts right now. Hopefully we can get that back this week, just to even get back over. This 08 one, I'm trading a little bit probably more aggressive, just because it is a monthly fee and not a lifetime. And we are up 466 still on the 250K, but we haven't taken any more trades on it. Nice on the micros. It does, but you have to pay a funded activation fee and that can range from 85 and up depending on the size of the account. So that's why a lot of people are trying to get those 250K pass, is because they're offering a $85 lifetime fee. But see, once you pay the lifetime fee, if you don't plan on closing that account out at 3,000, I mean, you can continue to trade that until you get, say, $5, $6, $7,000 in there and just take out weekly paychecks, or whatever the payout date's gonna be. I heard that they're thinking about messing with the payout date with Apex. I think they're trying to make it where you can request payouts anytime after you have 8 trading days. Oh yeah, laughter. That's why I try to use micros myself. So like today, I took a $66. So yes, everybody has to pay the funded accounts whenever they get funded. I mean, it's pretty standard for most of these companies. So the way that 50,000 works is you actually only have to take the payout, you only have to get the $2,600. So what you can do is get the $2,600, and then you can take out 2,000, and it'll leave $600 in the account to continue trading. That's kind of what Nutty and Alpine was doing with their 50Ks. So $2,600 is when you can request a payout on your 50Ks. Or you could continue trading and just see, how well you do. Not from the eval that you're trading right now. No, the $2,600 is the you would have to look at that part. I've never done it this way. I only know how some other people were doing it. Like this is what Alpine was doing, and I want to say Nutty was doing the same thing. So if they get to $2,600, they will take $6,000 out and leave 600 in and trade with it. So they would either blow it or make money off of it. So if you want to use it as a paycheck kind of deal where you just take, monthly or profits, like let's say you get to $3,200, just take out 600 and leave 2,600 in there. That way it leaves you that buffer zone. And this way you don't have to continue paying nothing unless you do the monthly or the lifetime fee. So what I'm doing with my one account, the monthly, I'm just trying to get to $1,600. That way I can just take out the $1,500 and probably close the account. So I can try to take out some profit. No, there's quite a few other guys in here that are all have funded accounts. Yeah, once you get to funded, I would definitely recommend probably staying on the micros. But if you're using evals, oh no, you're good, man. It's an accomplishment to get to funded. Trust me. I mean, I was excited when I got my first funded, but I got to the point. Unfortunately, the downsides of that, your mentality will change with the funded account. You could probably ask anybody in this lobby, once you get defunded, you got to try very hard not to wreck yourself, because that happens. It has happened to me. I know it's happened to Methodical Man. So, I mean, that's the only downside. So that's why whenever I get defunded, I'm just going to trade on micros only. Either I'm going to put on 2 micros or 7 micros to try to get that first initial move. You just want to make it so you can't blow up your account in one trade with minis. You know, if you have a 50,000 and you put 2 minis on, or 3 minis or 4 minis, I mean, one trade, your account is effed. You know, it's messed up. But if you're only trading, say, 5 micros, you know, shoot for $100 to $200 a day. That's kind of what I've been doing. I mean, I know it's a little bit of a grind, but you know, it kind of keeps you from blowing up so many accounts. I mean, if you got an eval and you want to do that, go for it. You know, I do that too sometimes, where I'm just got an eval. I'm like, screw it. Let me put about 4 micros on and see how much I can get. But I won't do that with a funded account, but I'll do that with an eval. So if you want to stop by in the mornings, I've been getting Adam's numbers, and I had all Adam's numbers lined out this morning, and they were paying pretty good. Let's see if I can find it. Here we go. So as you can see, Adam's numbers were paying pretty good this morning. These are all Adam's numbers that I got marked out. So we bounced again, pull back, and this is the short I took this morning off of this one. One of the shorts I took, Apex had messed up, and I didn't. It actually cost me to lose a little bit. Yeah, lately I've been still trading inversion trades, and if there's no inversion trades for that day, I will look for the levels trades. I know some of the guys in this lobby are trading that 250K. Some of them has funded 250K, then some of them are trying to get it to passing. Once you get your 250K pass, you have to make $6,000, but then you can take like a $3,000 payout and leave the other 3,000 in there to continue to trade. Sounds like they're getting ready to change some of the rules on Apex. Check yourself before you wreck yourself, Ice Cube song. Hey, we'll wreck a eval anytime. It don't bother me to wreck a eval. We just don't be wrecking those expensive funded accounts. And 2 of those funded accounts got lifetime fees on them, so I don't have to be in no hurry to trade those. So hopefully tomorrow, whenever we go back to copy trading again, we hope we can make sure we have that set up correctly. That way, when we wait for our first initial move tomorrow, we get that. Lafta, did most of your accounts reset in the last couple days? Do you got your 5 accounts back, or are you still trading one? Wow, that's pretty nice. Dude, you've been making out a bandit with those Top Step accounts, those $5 accounts Lafta's got. She was one of the ones in that early beta test where they were letting people try out Top Step X, and they got those $5 accounts. I mean, $20 a month just to trade evals is such a good deal. But you definitely want to build up consistency passing those, because it doesn't hurt to fail an eval. You know, and all of us have failed eval. It's whenever you get that account to that funded fee where you got to pay. So I know what Top Step, they charge $150 for to fund an account. That's when it's like it hurts a little bit. Nice. Yeah, I know. What are your 50Ks on, Kid Nash? Is that all with Apex, or are you trading on Top Step also? Yeah, last year I think is whenever I bought this copy trader with Apex. Yep. Uh, not Apex. They just started their 90% off last month. It's been going for a couple weeks now. I want to say it ends tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. I've never really looked into it. I've heard that Apex does has more payouts. I don't know how true that is. I've never looked into it. The only reason why I've always wanted to use Top Step. The only reason why I haven't used them is because I just didn't want to pay the $50 for the account. So I mean, I've pretty much just I mean, I've used Top Step before, but very little. And lately, it's not that I wouldn't mind having a Top Step account. It's just most of all their good deals are only if you trade on their Top Step X, like their new platform. So that's usually where most of your deals are at. Yeah, I like Tradeovate. I've always found Tradeovate to be very simple to use. That's what I used when I first started trading. I've just recently started yes, it can be. We will take off some of these right here. And they may extend that. Yeah, my code is a Husk. Is it not on there today? I guess not. How funny. Huh. I guess I forgot to put it on there. No, I got a pretty easy code to remember now. I was able to just make it where it's my name. Yeah, it gets expensive to use top, especially if you got, I haven't used them since they lowered the price. It has got a little bit more affordable at the $20 and $29, I think. But I'm just not a consistent trader enough. Well, I wasn't. I've gotten better at being consistent, but before I wasn't, last year. And so it's tough to blow $50 evals. That can get kind of pricey. Uh, at the 560s. It's hard to say. We would need the ES to push back up and hold the 64 to move back up to the 72s, to retest the 72s for you to look at a short. It depends on funded accounts. That's all I try to trade is micros. Every now and then on my eval, we'll get kind of, in a gambling mode, and we'll throw the YOLO on there on the like a eval. But when it comes to funded, I'm strictly going to be micros only. And this way, it doesn't hurt as bad for you to lose, $50, $60 in a trade. That's a easy to recover. Uh, let's see. Let me see if I can find Adam's numbers real quick. What's the next down? Let's see. So, yeah, he was talking about a short at their 61. So I would have missed a short opportunity. And then attempt the breakout to. So what Adam says, he says, I'll be short perhaps at the 5261s for a move down to the level to levels profit takes. So there is no reason why we could not push back down into the 300s. Just the fact that this is the bottom of this fair value gap on the 1 hour chart. So this is, and it can bounce at any time. So let me see. Somebody said a short somewhere. I can't remember where he said it. $560 short. No, I probably wouldn't have taken it. Just the fact that this was a level that we've been bouncing out of. If I was going to look for a short, it would have had to been below the 550. Or I would have waited for us to push down to this pivot. So this is a pivot, these white lines on my screen here. I would have either waited for a bounce for long here to retest, or I would look for a short below this here and just put my stop loss here. I probably wouldn't have waited to go down that many points. So if this holds, you could possibly just, look for a short below this and just put your stop loss just right above it. Maybe risk like 10 handles, 2 or 3 micros for like a $30, risk. And that's only if this holds. So you're waiting to see if this level right here holds at the 90s. So if this doesn't hold, this is where you would wait for it to pull back, test this for a move higher. But I would just wait and see what this level does before you get long or short. No, I don't think LAFTA has got funded yet. She's still working on those. Trader G's still over there YOLO. Let me check out the 5-minute chart. He's been all over the 5-minute chart today. Okay, so that would have got you that fake out this morning on the 5-minute. Yeah, I think the reason why a lot of people are doing that 250 Kid Nash is because they're the same costs, and you only got to pay a one-time lifetime fee. That's the reason why people are doing it. They want to pay that $85 lifetime fee. So when I did it, Kid Nash, I bought 2 of them, and I was able to get one of them to the funded out of the 2. So we pretty much YOLO'd them on a news play. And so I failed one and passed one. And the one that we got, we're up 466. But I can't get a payout until we get to $6,000. But I'm not in no hurry because it's a lifetime fee. So I don't ever have to worry about this account again as long as I keep it in good standing. Laughter, you can always do a 50-50, trade some on micros, and if you want to kind of gamble with one, put the minis on one. That's kind of what I do sometimes. For most part, I try to trade on micros, but every now and then I'll put the minis on. Not that often, but I do it. So this is the 5-minute chart. I want to say, let's see. I think Trader G is looking at the 5-minute and the 15-minute. So as you can see, this 495 pivot's been kind of holding up. This is like where we're held up. Once we get below this pivot, we should continue selling off. Yeah. Yeah, because if you have a couple minis on, you lose 10 points. That's only like $30. But if you got a, one micro, not you have micros on, you lose 10, you only down $30. If you got 3 minis on, that's what, $300, $600. So it's a big difference. It's not that big laughter. I used to do the same thing. I used to trade minis all the time myself and blow up accounts. You're not alone there. I'm pretty sure most of us in this lobby has done that. So I may put it on a sim account and just see what. We'll wait for this next candle to print, and I will put my stop loss just right above the pivot. So this is a no trade that won't hurt me just because it's a sim trade.
Order filled.
So we're just gonna put our stop loss right above this pivot.
Target filled.
All right. I've been taking trades off of these pivots too, but this right here is just taking on our whatchamacallit, like a sim account. So what we're going to do is put our stop loss right above this candle here on the 2-minute and see what happens. It may just go back to break even, but what I'd like to see is for us to find support at this pivot here. All right. Getting a little positivity there. You heading out, Laughter? Have a good rest of your day, Laughter. We'll talk to you guys later. Oh, I'm not sure. I guess I don't ever really look at that down there. So what we want to see is this pivot hold. So that's is why we got our stop loss just right above that pivot. You think you should move to Mexico? I'm probably going to stay where I'm at. I kind of like it in the middle of the country here. I live in a fairly quiet area. Besides some storms. So once this new candle prints in 30 seconds, we'll move our stop loss to here. So we'll lower our risk a little bit. So, and this is on 2-minute candles. And we might have found the bottom. I mean, we've struggled to kind of get through this area here. All right, so we lowered our risk a little bit more. So now we're officially below the pivot. Yeah, it'd be hard for me to move to another country where I don't speak Spanish. Kid Nash. So in about 30 more seconds, we will move our stop loss to here to lower our risks more. So what it is, we're using the 2-minute candles to move down on this move. Oh, it's still up. Hadn't quite printed yet. All right, lower our risk a little bit more. Not much. All right, so this one's probably going to stop us out for a little bit. We'll probably have to lose some of our profits. That's okay. So we did kind of go back and bounce off of that pivot range again. So if you were willing to risk a little bit more, you could have put your stop loss at that pivot still if you didn't have very much on the line. I'd have much rather got in this trade back here as we were testing it and moving below the pivot and just put your stop loss right above the pivot. But we got in a little late. For us to move lower, we're going to have to get through those 70s. There it goes. It'll probably go quick too. So if you were able to be, gutsy enough to take this pivot trade, you would already had what 30 to 60 points. These are some of the trades that I've been trying to take more is off these pivots, and I try to call them out throughout the day for anybody else that wants to try them. I mean, like any trade, there's no guarantees, but if you just put on micros and don't risk a lot, say 2-3 micros, and it's a good bit amount of money if you got 30 points. You just kind of want to wait till we print below the pivot there. Let's see. And we also had a nice little 2-minute inversion gap there. You could have traded to with this. So you would have got short in this area here, and you would have got, I don't know, at least how many did we sell off? I would have actually got a better entry if I took that short than I did from earlier, because you would have got in up here in the 80s instead of where I got in at the 70s. So much better entry. I don't have any more levels marked out underneath the 61. So what Adam says, if you're taking a short below the 61, is he says take it from level to level, and I'm not really sure exactly what he means by his levels because he doesn't have any marked. I feel like we're going here. We're going to fill in this 1 hour fair value gap down at the 390s probably by the end of the day. Actually, 37 should be our bounce spot. If we're looking at the 1 hour chart, there's a pivot on the 1 hour at the 37. So we may get some reaction at the 37 there. Oh, man. Excuse me. Kid Nash, you still trying to move out of Canada? So that right there was kind of the bounce off of the pivot off of the 1 hour, off of that 36, 37 area. So we'll have to get through that pivot for us to move lower. And these are just standard pivots off of the trading view. We'll just put that marked out too. We can do away with this one. Kind of show you what I'm looking at over here on trading view. Okay, so it was at the 39 is where that bounce was at. So this may just be our pullback before we move lower. Wow, that was almost a 20-point bounce off of that pivot. Man. So we're gonna probably getting off about 30 minutes early today. We're gonna go to 1:30. I have to run and go get some parts for our dryer, and it's about 20 minutes away. So I have time to get that fixed this evening. Hopefully tomorrow we won't have no issues. We'll make sure we have our copy trader set up correctly tomorrow to trade our funded accounts. I don't know, but you think you guys we finally found the bottom? It's like, man, we just been selling and selling. That was a nice rip off that pivot. Sorry about that. Wow. Nice reversal. So we're about to hit that pivot that we bounced off earlier from that previous short. The only thing is, it's not the hour pivot, so there's no reason why we can't push through that. Nice. Have to get something on my phone real quick. Alrighty. Wow, is this pivot gonna hold? So far, that 92, 93 area of that pivot's holding pretty strong. If we can print a candle above that, I may try long here. But we're trying it on a sim account, so these are probably a little bit more riskier trades. Kind of want to see what happens when this next candle prints. And we'll just put our stop loss right below this pivot. So this way, not really risking a lot. Maybe we push back up to the 20s.
Order filled.
This is taking on a sim account. This is kind of, we're just kind of messing and practicing with these pivots. I would at least would like to think that we'd push back up in this range. This pivot may fail us, guys. So if we push back down here and this pivot starts to fail, we may go ahead and just kill the trade. Even though it's a sim account, there's really no real risk. And I usually just tell you guys that I'm trading on sim accounts so that, you know, I hate for someone to copy trade and it's a failed trade just because it's a high risk trade, just being a sim account. So I'll take a little bit more riskier trades. So once we hit this 10, most of our profit will be off. So as you can see, we're struggling to move up. It's almost like we lost all of our volume. If we do move up any, it'll be like a slow grind probably. As long as this can hold, we'll stay in the trade. But if this failed, that's where we will exit the trade. All right, we'll see what happens here. Maybe this is the pullback to the. So these are the levels if we do continue moving up that I'll be looking for. And we'll just have one micro by then. What it is, I try to like get about 50 quick dollars whenever I go into my trades. And then I'll leave one micro on or two micros on to see what we can get. All right, so we've already sold all of our profit. So now we're just stuck with one micro. And this is the one that will can follow up. And we can still lose a little money on it because we're just going to follow it up from candle to candle. So we're on a 2-minute candle. We will stick it on the previous low 2-minute candle. And once this candle prints, we will move it up because we don't have no profit that we're looking for on this move up. All right, so we got 14 seconds. We're going to move up again. We're not quite break even, but we're only going to be down 5, which is like basically a $10 loss if we do lose. So we'll put it right at the bottom of this candle. So this is where I think it goes I have an ATM strategy set up, so that's what's going on there. Oh well, we'll just let it run, see what happens. I don't want to sit here and fight it. All right, so we made our first level. Unfortunately, another good trade, and we were just on a sim account, guys. It seems like whenever we're on our funded accounts, we always miss out on these good trades. Look at that. We're at, what, total of 20 handles so far? So 40 is probably where we're going to have a reversal at, more than likely. And so if I was using the 2-minute stop loss strategy, my stop loss should be right there. And we may do that just to see what happens. And so we got 30 seconds when this candle prints. So if this prints right here, we can move our stop loss up. Because I feel like 40 is probably our top. Or we might even do this level here, right here at this 20. Because that was this level here. So let's see what we get out of this next candle. This is where either we're going to pull back or we can continue higher above this. And we should break this. I feel like 40s are line in the sand there. That's a support area. I think that was the opening from this morning, if I wasn't mistaken. That was the Asian open. Or that's where we opened that this morning. So 40 is probably going to be our where we kind of go into consolidation a little bit. We'll see what happens. All right, so we're testing that 40. So far, a nice little trade. We've gotten 30 handles out of this thing so far. And this trade was taken off the pivot. So this is why I've been trying to get better at taking these pivot trades. You just got to make sure we find support at the pivots. But let's just say if it fell, is it okay to have a failed pivot just for like say 10 handle loss, but then there's that one time where you can get 30 or 40 points out of it? So that's kind of the risk management idea there, you know. All right, so we're breaking the 40. Woo. Nice. She broke the 40. Let's see where we could go. Woo, are we going to fill in this hole back up to the gap? Holy crap. That's crazy. All right, so we're looking at 80 next. All right, finally got stopped out. So we bought in right at the 500s, 505, and we sold up here at the 40s. So 40-point move, not bad. Off the pivot. But there's no reason why we couldn't move up to the 80 here. Like we could easily fill in this fair value gap here. About 75. There's no reason why we cannot push up to here. I was playing pivots because we're on the sim account. I wasn't even looking for the inversion trades. So it's not that we that trade that we just took was on the sim. So it was a nice 40 something point move. We're just working on our pivot moves since we're taking trades off the sim account. Or let's say if I wasn't playing the pivot, I also could have took this 2-minute inversion gap trade too. These are other things that I use for entries is the failed inversion gaps. So we pushed through this 2-minute and we printed. And so what I would have done is waited to see some green and I would have jumped in, then had my stop loss back here around the 90. So there were several possible entries. All right, guys, I'm gonna have to get off a little early today. I have to run a few errands, and it's about 25, 30 minutes away. I had to go pick up some parts for our dryer. Hey, man, got to get stuff done there, methodical man. I don't have a butler like you have over there. It's like, have the butler go get my stuff. Okay, an assistant. I don't have no assistant, man. Bear assistant. Hey, we finished it off with a nice 40-point trade. I can't complain, even though we didn't get nothing for it. But hey, it still was a 40-point call out. That was a little bit on the high risk side, but most trades are. If anybody was willing to take it, because I don't want to tell nobody to take it, because I hate for it to go the opposite direction on them. Did anybody hop in this trade? I mean, the 75 looks like we're incoming. I mean, we're getting there. We're filling in this gap here. All right, guys. Thank you everybody for watching. I have to go run and do a few things, but we will definitely be back in the morning. Hopefully tomorrow we can at least make it till 2 to 3, or not 2 to 3, but 3 to 4. Thank everybody for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow.